videos out same day, so I like to make it Wednesday to Wednesday because Wednesday is good for communication. And remember, all of the timestamps are down in the description box for each sign. I wanted to start off today talking about some things that I've been up to recently. So, you may have noticed that I have black electrical tape wrapped around my finger, and I do this when I get deep cuts to hold them together, hold them closed. That's the best way to get them to heal. I also feel like the chemicals in the electrical tape, might aid in that process and act as an antibacterial agent, but I don't have any evidence to back that up. So, don't take this as medical advice. I did cut my finger open on a scythe, if you'll believe it. I have been working on new videos for my musical project, and I'll leave a link down in the description to that channel. I'm trying to get 100 subscribers so I can change my channel name. It's still it's the call letters from the city that I was previously living in, and people are being kind of judgmental about that. Anyway, you can check it out. Don't check it out if you don't want to, but I've been very excited about some of the experimental content I've been putting up there. I also... Does anybody recognize this? I like to tat. And have been working on this piece, and I wanted to show you guys. That's what I have so far. I wanted to encourage all of you, especially those of you who are regular commenters. I love keeping up with you guys, and if you have any projects or other things that you'd like to share, please put them down in the comments below. I love hearing what you guys are up to, not just how you're doing or how the readings resonate with you, but also different interests that you have that you are sharing with people online. No pressure, of course, but I always want you to feel free to do that. So, one thing that is going on this week, which is Wednesday, October 7th till Wednesday, October 14th, is that Mars and Chiron are both in Aries. The moon is going to be in fire sign Leo on Monday, the 12th. So I am getting the vibe to include a lot of Mars and a lot of Mars energy, but I won't be performing these readings on Tuesday. I'll be performing them on Monday, which is still okay. The planetary correspondences just help to lend more power. Dragon's blood, incense, to cleanse your field. Great job. And now you've been cleansed by smoke and frequency. And the final step is to release any negative emotions or vibrations that you have been holding on to over the past week, month, year. Anything that you have been holding on to that no longer serves you energetically, I invite you to release into the flame of this candle. Some of you are dealing with some very heavy vibrations. You can tell the candle isn't burning very robustly. Hello, Aries. Let's look at your ephemera for the week of October 7th through the 14th. Mars and Chiron are both in your sign. So on Wednesday the 7th, Mars in Aries will be sextile the moon in Gemini around 7 p.m. Pacific time, and that is a time at which the moon in Gemini will be void of course. And then the following day, the moon will be in Cancer, and at that time it will be square to Chiron in Aries, and that will be closer to 10 p.m. Pacific time. So, what does this mean? Moon in Gemini is good for emotional communication, and sextile to Mars in Aries. Mars in Aries can be passion, and it's kind of a passion for new beginnings. And so it could be about your communication about sex in a relationship and trying something new. And then that moon in Cancer. So that's going to be emotional communication about the home, possibly. Or it could be that your mind is clouded by emotion, but you have to discuss emotion as well. And Chiron in Aries is all about healing the immature parts of ourselves. So that square could be kind of tough. And of course, on the East Coast, that is going to be happening around 1 a.m. on Friday the 9th. And then the moon in Cancer is going to be square Mars in Aries. So, again, that very emotionally charged communication, or very emotionally charged feelings squared to that Mars in Aries, talking about passions. But fortunately, that's going to be around 3 in the morning on the West Coast, so hopefully everyone will be asleep. Try to go to bed early on Friday night if you can. Sunday, which is the 11th, around 5:30 in the morning, we have this trine between the moon in Leo and Chiron in Aries. So moon in Leo is your emotional states and anything that's like hidden, and it is related to, it could be related to your children. It could also be related to any creative projects which you're working on. And that Chiron in Aries energy might be working through being able to buckle down and do these things. So that is a good energy for creativity. And it looks like Moon in Leo will be trying again to Mars in Aries the following day, which is Monday the 12th. And that'll be around 7:30 in the morning, and that will be when the moon in Leo is void of course. So Mars being about passionate energy and Leo being about passionate energy, this could be a good time for a new start to a creative project, and you'll be feeling the energy for it. And of course, that's 7:30 in the morning on the West Coast and 10:30 in the morning on the East Coast. Tuesday is when the Mercury retrograde is going to start. And we have an opposition between the Sun in Libra and Mars in Aries on this day. So you could be feeling passionate and immature about something in which maybe you are unjustified. Or that there is a legal situation in which a failure to keep your cool could lead to difficulty. That's going to be around 4:30 in the evening on the West Coast and 7:30 in the evening on the East Coast. And then finally we get to Wednesday, which is the 14th, and the moon now is in Virgo. And there's a quincunx between the moon in Virgo and Mars in Aries. That's going to happen around 8:15 in the morning on Wednesday. Mars in Aries being that fiery, passionate, but somewhat immature and hot-headed energy. Making this quincunx to Moon in Virgo being emotionally a very grounded and it's not a super complex lunar energy, Moon in Virgo, because Virgo has a tendency to be very grounded, very methodical, very even keel sort of an energy. And the moon is a very watery energy, so don't forget about the watery aspects of the moon, which will cool and temper that hot energy a little bit. And a quincunx being a good energy for quick workings. And then I think that's it for you as far as the ephemera is concerned, Aries. Do I need to tell Aries for the week of the 7th through the 14th? Yeah, this is very hot. I mean, it's not physically hot, it's physically cool, but I feel like the heat of the dragon's blood oil coming into contact with the heat of the fire quartz. Just remember to breathe. There's going to be a lot of fiery energy around this week. Those of you who live on the West Coast, I think a lot of us are still dealing with wildfires around the area, and the air quality has been very poor. It's really mind-blowing to me that they don't do controlled burns here. In fact, they are illegal, but I think I've touched on that in several other videos now. There's something like legal paperwork or getting a passport that's coming up for you, Aries, Sun, Moon, and Rising. There's it could be an opportunity for you to leave the country that's coming up, and you need to go ahead and fill out your passport paperwork. Or if it's not about a passport, it's probably about a passport, but if it's not about a passport, it's legal paperwork or a contract. Some of you are going to be applying to a degree of higher education, like a PhD program in another country. Some of you are going to be going to see your parents that live in a different country. I get the sense that this trip, whatever trip you might be planning, if that's for you, Aries, Sun, Moon, or Rising, there's a trip you're going to be planning, and it's more like for business, but not necessarily for work. So going to see your family, going to college, going to make business connections, but not because of a particular job situation. And what else is going on with Aries, Sun, Moon, and Rising? Very particular sort of a energy to where people around you are going to have very like a shared living situation. People are going to have every person involved in that situation is going to have a specific way that they want things to be done. And some of them might end up being contradictory, but not all of them. But it's just going to be a lot of remembering. Remember me. And I feel like the reason that these things are all coming up is that a lot of you are going to be sharing space. It's like quite a few people sharing space. And so it comes up because people are trying to establish their place in that environment. And so a lot of these things, it's not that they're not important to the people involved, but if there were only 2 or 3 people living in a household together, and it were a larger house, if it's just 2 people living together and it's a 2-bedroom apartment and everybody has their own space, it's different. It's only when you are in a situation where you are mitigating and mediating with other people in a more intensive fashion that it's more of a big deal, and people think, well, if I don't back down, if they can't even respect this one thing, then how are they going to respect X, Y, or Z? And it does create stress for everyone involved, But people feel like they need to do that to establish their place sometimes. And so it's important to be able to understand where people are coming from and to respect their wishes as much as possible. Because again, this is going to be like several people, lots of rules to remember, and if it's not a living situation, it could be a work situation. Or even like some of you, I think it could be one of those like, what do they call it? The workspace, but like for people who are small business owners, workshop type thing. Yeah, so especially with the pandemic situation, anyone who is living with a group of other people or working with a group of other people, probably most of that will have gotten worked out by now, unless you are entering a new situation, living-wise or work-wise. Anybody, Aries, Sun, Moon, or Rising, who's living under the roof with parents? Could be your parents, or it could be the parents of another person you're living with. What about that? There's going to be a little friction, but nothing out of the ordinary. Is there anything else I need to tell them about that situation? Oh, just a reminder that it is their house, and while you are living there, it's also kind of like guest status, guest privileges, which is like, I don't know why it's being put out there as guest privileges, because it's like you have to be on your best behavior, but other people will probably not be following the same protocols. What else do I need to tell Aries, Sun, Moon, or Rising? Just be aware of dynamics between people, especially Mars and Chiron being in your sign this week is going to be a little bit polaric, a little bit polarizing, but also very balancing, because on the one hand, Mars is this very fiery, very kind of aggressive energy, and on the other hand, Chiron is more like a healing. It's a masculine energy, but also with that kind of feminine aspect of healing wrapped up in it. So you're going to be looking at those two forces kind of playing against each other, or playing off of each other, rather, I should say. And it could be to your benefit, as long as you can not get too personally. Even if things get very personal, don't allow them to become personal for you, because really more of a reflection of the overall situation and not a reflection on who you are as a person. Anybody, it's like knowing the difference between if you're being treated a certain way because of who you are, or because of any kind of racial, religious, sexual orientation factors, or if somebody would have treated you that way regardless of who you were and what you were like, just because that's how they treat everyone. It's the aftermath of some other episode that's coming through here, and it's not like this is not part of this other situation, this communal type situation that you're coming into. This is aftermath from a before situation. Is this to do with a pet? I feel like a pet could be experiencing health issues, and it's aftermath of a situation that was, so like their health issues are coming from something that happened before. So don't feel like it's anyone in particular's fault, and it's not tied to the current situation. This is something that happened at a previous situation, and it's possible that you were not aware of it until now, and it could end up being just an added layer of difficulty on the current situation that you're moving into. So just remember that it's probably aftermath from something from before and not part of this new situation. Yeah, I'm feeling like I felt my stomach like flip. Not super violently, but just like a tight kind of flip. Like a drop almost. But I don't feel it's the kind of stomach drop you get from anxiety, but I don't feel the anxiety that goes with it. So that might be something that you end up experiencing this week. What should Aries know? Is that something Aries sun, moon, or rising could be experiencing this week? Yeah, that stomach drop. What could that stomach drop be related to? Parking? A parking situation? I see something about street parking, and something happens. Is it like they go out and their car is totaled? It's possible for some of you. Is it possible the car was stolen? Or the boot? It could be like you get a boot on your car and it's really at like the least opportune time, and you kind of have to park on the street for some reason. And then this happens. So be very careful about where you park. I know I live in Los Angeles, and a lot of times you don't really have a choice of where you can park. It's kind of just wherever is not, wherever's the least illegal to park. But they will get you. They're very strict. And I understand why. But I feel like it's something like that. And what else do I need to tell Aries, sun, moon, or rising It's about the roof over your head and the mouth that you're feeding. The roof over your head is not the mouth that you feed. Hold on. What does that mean? You could be taking advantage of a situation, and I say that not like you're taking advantage, like it's bad, but it's just understanding that the dynamics of that and being willing and being eager to make that up in other ways will be appreciated, and it might bring a lot of harmony to the situation if you do that early on and don't get complacent and then start not being a jackass, but you don't want to act too much like it's your house, even though it's your home. For some of you. Is there anything else I need to tell Aries, sun, moon, or rising? It's about keeping your head down, your eyes closed, and your mouth shut. That doesn't seem very healthy. But in some situations, I guess it could be that you're not overly concerned with what's going on with other people. So, not, being mindful, being aware of what is occurring around you, but not getting wrapped up in the trauma of it. Alright, well, I think that's it for Aries for this week. This week. Hello, Taurus. Let's talk about your ephemera for the next week, Wednesday, October 7th through the 14th. So, Wednesday the 7th, we have an opposition between Mercury in Scorpio and Uranus in your sign. This isn't a deal breaker because Uranus is a very remote planet and the orbits are so vast. Because Uranus has been in your sign for most of this year and will be again for all of next year. Mercury in Scorpio is communication about death, sex, and other people's resources. And Uranus has to do with possessions. Well, Uranus in Taurus has to do with possessions. And it could be about possessions transferring. So Uranus is about a transferring kind of an energy, and it's also about different ideas coming into play about possessions as well. So this is going to be around 2 p.m. Pacific time on Wednesday the 7th. And it could be about an estate that is possibly in dispute, or something like that, where it's other people's resources, but there's going to be a lot of people weighing in on that possibly and communicating about it. And oppositions are a very polaric energy. Then again, on Friday the 9th, we have your Uranus and Taurus placement sextile to the moon in Cancer. And so that is sextile the moon in Cancer, and Venus in Virgo is also sextile the moon in Cancer a little bit earlier. So for the West Coast, that would be like 11:15 at night. That moon in Cancer is going to be sextile Venus in Virgo. And then this other placement comes through. Uranus and Taurus will then be sextile to moon in Cancer around 3:15 a.m. So that is 11, 12, 1, 2, 3. It's about 4 hours apart. The preceding energy of Venus in Virgo is very much to do with the everyday beauty of things and organization of one's emotional states regarding other people. And Moon in Cancer is all about emotions of home and family. And so then when Uranus in Taurus comes in, being the next sextile, that's more an energy of its transference, and it's a lot of people's different ideas coming together relating to possessions. So, yeah, it could be an estate or it could be divorce if you're splitting up possessions around a divorce. This is a good time for that energy. Now, it is going to be 6:15 in the morning on the East Coast and then 3:15 in the morning on the West Coast. But any time that you're having to deal with these things, that would be a good time. And then that Uranus in Taurus is trine to the Venus in Virgo on Saturday the 10th, and that's going to be around 4 in the afternoon on the West Coast. And again, so that's like transference and other people weighing in their energies on possessions. And the trine is with Venus and Virgo being organization around one's romantic life and the day-to-day rituals of your romantic life. So those two things coming together in a trine is going to be a really harmonious energy then. The next day, on Sunday the 11th, you have a square between the moon in Leo and Uranus in Taurus. And the moon in Leo moon can be about artistic creations, and Leo is very much about creativity. It can also be about play, and it can be about children. So if you're trying for children and you're a Taurus, this square might not be an insanely good time, but it might create just the tension you need. And that's going to be at 10:30 in the morning on Sunday the 11th. Another thing about it is then, this Uranus and Taurus being like a lot of people weighing in on property issues. it could be that there are things tied up for a creative project that you want to get started on in other people's opinions of what should happen to them. Alright, so next we have this Uranus in Taurus again on Tuesday the 13th. And this is when Mercury goes into retrograde in Scorpio. The trine is with the moon in Virgo. So emotional organization and record keeping and making a schedule about emotion, could be making a schedule about this artistic creation if you are wanting to get something like that started, because that trine with the Uranus and Taurus is going to be about, again, other people weighing in on what should happen to property. And then that is it for your ephemera this week, the 17th through the 14th. And get a little bit of oil on my fingers for scrying. Try not to go too overkill, but you don't want it to be totally dry either. What do I need to tell Taurus, Sun, Moon, and Rising for the week of October 7th through the 14th, Wednesday to Wednesday? I feel like there's been a shift, an emotional shift in your life that there could have been some very dark times in the recent past, whether that's just you or whether that is a coupled energy with another person, or possibly, multiple coupled energies. That there's gonna be the clouds break and the sun shines down, and you're going to start seeing some really important positive changes, and it's going to be a vast improvement in your emotional field. You and whoever else that entails, and all these people that are kind of orbiting around you that are emotional partners to you. They are going to be experiencing this shift in their energy as well, and it's kind of that whereas before maybe there were things that were unsettled, things that had not been resolved, a lot of those things are going to be getting resolved, and I feel like that has to do with this, what was that, square? This square between the moon in Leo and Uranus in Taurus. That same day there's a square between moon in Leo and Mercury in Scorpio. And I feel like, so on Sunday the 11th, there's going to be some energies that just get totally hashed out. Not everything, but it's going to be like a lift, like I said, like the clouds open and the sun comes in. It's going to be a lifting. Everything is going to feel lighter after that. What else do I need to tell Taurus, Sun, Moon, and Rising? I need to tell you some similar things that I told Aries about common space. So, this is on more of an ecosystem level than it was for Aries. There's going to be some people coming through your life that it's not that they have the worst intentions for you, but they don't have your best intentions at heart. Now, look, there's a vast difference between someone who genuinely has bad intentions for you and someone who does not have your best intentions at heart. Because I think sometimes people can be very callous to the needs of others and not even realize it. Not even realize that they are a detriment to that person in any way, shape, or form, and you might not realize it either. And that's the really insidious thing about it. And it can add a lot of heaviness to situations where there doesn't need to be. And you might not always be able to communicate to that person the true energy of the matter, because it might not be fully apparent to you. Obviously, if this person is a partner or a close friend, you're going to assume that they have your best intentions at heart, but they might not even have, it might not be that deep. You know, they might not have even gotten that far with the thought process that they are actually communicating these things outright. It could be a lack of planning on their part that causes this to be the case. And so for you to function in that environment, you're going to need to keep your wits about you and from moment to moment really have this energy of exploring your inner sanctum. You know, the Hierophant is the tarot card associated with Taurus. And I want you to really focus on that inner sanctuary where you are the trusted spiritual advisor to this group. And I want you to go into that place and really become familiar with how you're treated there, if you're not already, and make sure that you're able to translate that from that inner space into the physical, mundane. Because there's a certain amount of translating that has to occur. Obviously, we can't all just have everything we want all the time. And there are some situations where you go to the DMV, they're going to herd you like cattle. Does that mean that they don't have your best intentions at heart? Well, I mean, one could argue that the DMV really has the best intentions of everyone involved at heart, and that is why they are paralyzed by the needs of so many. What else do I need to tell Taurus, Sun, Moon, and Rising about the future? Get ready to share a lot of your very personal and private information with a more public audience. all of the strings are coming loose. All of the strings are these strings tied? No, the strings are not tied. Is this part of a piece of artwork? No, it's like in a metaphorical sense. All of these strings are coming loose. I feel like there's some kind of knot work that could have been a ritual requirement for you that was for a certain kind of, I don't know, this sounds really hyper specific to somebody who did kind of a ritual knot work, and that the strings are starting to come loose, and that means that certain parts of those protections are no longer in place. And I'm not quite sure what that's about. I don't want to delve into that too deeply and then expose somebody's working. Like, that's not my business right now. And that's the thing that you have to understand is it's a fine line sometimes that you walk when you're doing stuff like crystal scrying. It's like, what kind of personal information is okay to talk about out loud? And I don't know if I always do the best job about that, but I promise you that I always have your best interest at heart, if I'm able to understand what that is. And if I'm not, then it becomes more difficult for me to maintain that. There's also something coming up in your auric field that's like this dark purple mass, and it's like it's like on your left side, kind of like here. It almost looks like a port wine stain on your aura. Everything else is really, really white, and then there's like this purple kind of, it's like swirling like the storm on Jupiter. You're going to have to going to clear that? Is that something that's just going to be happening, or is that something that Taurus is supposed to be working on? It's just going to clear on its own because of everything else that's kind of going on right now. Is there anything else I need to tell Taurus, Sun, Moon, and Rising? That's it. That's it for now. Hello, Gemini, and welcome to your crystal scrying week of Wednesday, October 7th through Wednesday, October 14th. We are going to start out by talking about your ephemera. So, starting on Wednesday the 7th, the moon will be in your sign of Gemini. So there's a lot of placements related to that. Around 2:20 in the morning on the west coast, you will be, moon in Gemini will be trine the sun in Libra. So This is emotional communication related to possibly legal situations, partnerships, stuff like that. Around 10 in the morning on the west coast, the moon in Gemini will be quincunx Jupiter in Capricorn. And remember, this is one of the planets that has been in retrograde in Capricorn for some time and now has gone direct. So that Jupiter in Capricorn energy is going to be expansion and wealth, possibly related to career. And so there could be emotional communication about that. At 11-ish, 10 to 11 in the morning on the west coast, the moon in Gemini is going to be square Neptune in Pisces. Now, Neptune in Pisces is this ultimate nebulous energy. And moon in Gemini being about emotional communication, if things are not clear enough, it can be very difficult for parties who are emotionally involved to parse things out. Here around 6 in the evening on the west coast, then moon in Gemini is going to be quincunx Pluto in Capricorn. And Pluto is this very outside energy. It's very distant. It's almost about things that have not yet come to be. So, or things that their existence is very tenuous. So that being in the sign of Capricorn could be like a very emotional communication regarding, a tenuous career situation. Moon in Gemini then sextile to Mars in Aries, and this is going to be when the moon is void of course. And that's going to be around 7 p.m. on the west coast. So Mars in Aries being a very passionate energy, but can also be a little bit immature. So moon in Gemini, emotional communication, it looks like that'll be a positive aspect. And then finally, moon in Gemini is going to quincunx that Saturn in Capricorn, and that'll be around 3 in the morning on the east coast and midnight on the west coast, like about 15 minutes before. And so Saturn in Capricorn is finally going to be that concretion, that solidification of all these other energies in Capricorn that have been occurring during the day of Wednesday the 7th. And then finally on Thursday, the moon's going to enter Cancer. And I think that's all of the Gemini energies for this week. It is important to know that Mercury is going retrograde in the sign of Scorpio on Tuesday the 13th. So starting the Wednesday before, it will be in its storm. Right. This is my fire quartz. I'll get some dragon's blood oil. Try not to overdo it. Just get a little bit each time. Alright, Gemini. What does Gemini, sun, moon, or rising, sun, moon, and or rising Gemini need to know for the week of October 7th through October 14th? I feel like it's important to tell you, Gemini. I don't remember if I have mentioned it before, but there was my introduction to magic was this grimoire that my mother purchased when I was very small, and it was actually a children's book, and I had not seen it for many years. It's kind of a creepy little children's book. It actually had a love spell in it where you wrote a square on a leaf and burned it. And I did that and it worked. But there were, of course, as there always are, I feel like, unintended consequences. And I had always kind of known that this book was a little bit dangerous for me to have because I was very young. I think I was about 6 when I got this book. And I finally tracked it down again. After a long time. And so I'll put a link in the description below. But just be forewarned that it's not, like magic and spell work and letting it into your life is not something to be taken lightly. And that goes for Ouija boards. I mean, people always say don't just mess with Ouija boards. But it's important. I'm bringing this up because, not because you can't be trusted with magic. Obviously, if I felt like people couldn't be trusted with magic, I wouldn't have made an ASMR channel dedicated to magical education. But a reminder, because a lot of these texts, and especially, I feel like there was something in this particular book about you can read the Psalms for protection or something like that. But I feel like until you are in a position where you need protection, where something has already happened that you don't really understand what it takes to protect yourself. And I'm not saying this about you particularly, Gemini. Only that it is important for you to maintain protection, and it's not one of the more fun things to do with magic. I mean, I think the banishing rituals are fun, but it's also about keeping your defenses strong even when you are not under attack, so that you are less attractive as a target. Because what happens is that when you're doing energy work and you're performing rituals and spells work, and you are psychically involved in, the more psychically involved you are, the more attractive you're going to be to lower vibrational entities, because you just light up like a beacon, and they're attracted to that energy because it makes it possible for them to function. And so you always have to be cognizant not only of your own energies, but the energies around you. Be able to read that on an ongoing basis. Another thing that was in this book was the thing about boiling pins, which is actually a hex, a curse type thing. And gosh, I just don't understand this book being sold as something that you would give to a child. And I haven't seen it in many years. I actually just ordered a copy. And so I'll have to read it again before I really give a verdict. But another thing that came to mind about this was the cross my heart and hope to die, stick a needle in my eye. It's also in that book, which is, you know, can be used as a curse. And is Gemini, sun, moon, or rising involved in some kind of baneful working? And that's why, I don't think intentionally. I don't think that your intent with this thing that you're involved in is for it to be baneful or dark magic. But I feel like the way that you're going about it, for some reason, there's just something about it that seems like off. And I prefer saying like vibrationally off to saying like it's dark or it's bad, because it's not that it's bad, it's not ideal, it's not what you're going for. And so to have those energies mixed in with everything else is going to be self-limiting to you and to whatever situation you're using it in, because I don't think it is the primary vehicle of your workings, so that you've got different layers of energies going on. And the thing is, you want to work as pure with your energy as possible. So if you're working with light energies, you want to tend to work with these higher vibrational energies, because you're trying to cultivate a vibe. And if you try to mix and match, things can get like stacked up and they can get kind of sludgy. And it will reduce the efficacy of what it is that you're trying to do. There are ways to stack energies like that, because I do that a fair amount, so I don't know why you wouldn't be able to do that too. But it seems like maybe it's got to be like by working. So like if you are doing healing work for someone who has cancer, you could use sex magic, but it might not be the most ideal method. That's kind of what I mean about like blending energies. Like for healing, you'd want to go with like a crystal grid or something like that. I'm not saying don't do sex magic. What I'm saying is like you want to make sure that the modality that you're using is tailored to your desired result in a more directed way. And it'll make it sludgy, but it's also like if you're running multiple USB devices in your computer, and you have, like, for example, my laptop cooler platform. I have like one of those things with the fans that blows the bottom of the laptop, so that when I'm editing video, my gaming PC doesn't explode. It has a USB port on the back, and if you're trying to run anything off of that USB port that's on the platform instead of direct into the computer, it's not going to be as effective or as efficient. You might run into problems. That's the best way I can explain it. And understanding, like, you wouldn't necessarily leave the same kind of offerings to a Hindu deity that you would to one of the Greek pantheon. But all these modalities, and I've been thinking about this a lot, because while the Kabbalah is a very interesting and important tool magically, and I do want to study it and really become familiar with how it works, it can be a cage as well, because then if you get tied down to any one system, then you're kind of limited to that. But you don't have to be. But you just have to really understand why energies flow the way that they do, and what egregores have already been created, and how that culturally has been parsed out across the ages. Anyway, is there anything else for Gemini, Sun, Moon, and Rising that I need to tell them for this week, the 7th through the 14th? I think that's it. I think that's what I'm giving to you this week. Hello, Cancer. And welcome to your week from Wednesday, October 7th until Wednesday, October 14th. Sorry, itchy. Let's look at the ephemera first. On Thursday, the 8th, the moon is entering your sign of Cancer, and that's going to be around 8:45 in the morning. And then 10 before 10 at night, moon in Cancer is going to be square Chiron in Aries. Now, moon in Cancer is emotions surrounding the household, or it could be intensely emotional and unclear situations as well. Chiron in Aries. Chiron is all about healing the parts of ourselves which are problematic or troublesome. or wounded. And so Aries has traits like being immature or childish or quick to anger. So it can be about reconciling those things and emotionally unclear situations, making a square to that. That's going to be, like right before 10 p.m. on the night of Thursday, October 8th. So just keep an eye out for that. But then by 11:15 p.m., you've got Moon in Cancer then making a sextile with Venus in Virgo. And Venus in Virgo is all about compartmentalizing your emotional states. It's about scheduling things in your romantic life, the day-to-day aspects of your romantic life. So sextile with the Moon in Cancer, you're kind of putting everything in order. Then by 11:15 p.m., so that's an hour and a half at best of turmoil. Excuse me. On Friday the 9th, the moon is still in Cancer, and it's forming a square, or there's that square to Chiron that's going to be occurring early in the morning on the East Coast. So the times I said before are all for the West Coast. And then Moon in Cancer sextile Uranus in Taurus, and that's going to be around 3:15 in the morning on the West Coast and 6:15 on the East Coast. Uranus in Taurus is Uranus energy is about transitions, and it's also about multiple ideas from multiple different people. And when those things are related to possessions, which Taurus governs, it can be kind of complicated. Taurus has kind of a romantic nature too, so keep that in mind with this moon in Cancer. It'll be a good time to reconcile some of those things as well. And then Moon in Cancer trine Mercury in Scorpio. So this is very watery energy. This Mercury in Scorpio is in its shadow period right now before the retrograde, which is going to be coming on Tuesday the 13th. And if there are any unclear emotional states, Mercury governs communication, and Scorpio is about death, sex, and other people's resources. So anything like that, that trine is going to be occurring around 5 in the morning on the West Coast and 8 in the morning on the East Coast. So that would be a good time to reconcile things of that nature. We also have the Moon in Cancer square Sun in Libra, and that's going to be happening at 5:40 p.m. on the West Coast on Friday the 9th. And that'll be 8:40 p.m. on the East Coast. And Sun in Libra, this can be about situations of partnership, but it can also be about justice and legal matters. So we've got unclear emotional states squared partnership matters. Could be difficult to deal with people at that time. And then around 8:15 p.m. on the West Coast, we have Moon in Cancer opposing Jupiter in Capricorn. Now, these things in Capricorn, Jupiter, Pluto, and Saturn, of course, were in retrograde for a lot of the year, and now they've all gone direct. So that is good, but so it's going to be like the night of Friday the 9th through the early morning hours of Saturday the 10th on the west coast, and then on the east coast it's gonna be like around 11:15 p.m. at night until noon the following day. You're gonna see this succession of Jupiter, Pluto, and Saturn all in Capricorn, passing through this opposition to Moon in Cancer. And so anything related to wealth, finance, work, Pluto is kind of like this intangible energy about things that kind of exist in a liminal state. So if there's anything related to your career life that is like that, it could come up during this time, especially because Moon in Cancer being very emotionally charged kind of a placement. And then we have the Moon in Cancer, this is on Friday the 9th, trine Neptune in Pisces, and that's going to occur around 8:45 p.m. on the west coast and 11:45 p.m. on the east coast, so almost midnight on the east coast. Moon in Cancer is a very emotionally charged energy. Neptune in Pisces is a very unclear energy, but both of them are water, and both of them are in their native sign. So the moon is native to Cancer and Neptune is native to Pisces. So that trine placement could be a really good time to kind of sit with that energy, and any kind of like inner work that you're trying to do emotionally, parsing out your own states. This would be a good time to do it Friday into Saturday night. And then at around 9 a.m. on the west coast and noon on the east coast, that moon in Cancer is going to be void, of course. And a little bit later in the afternoon, the moon's going to enter Leo. And that is it for your ephemera this week. I have my fire quartz and my dragon's blood oil. This jar has a very tight seal on it, which is good. Get just a little bit of that oil out. Alright, so Cancer. What do I need to tell Cancer for this week, Wednesday, October 7th until Wednesday, October 14th? Get a religious expert to evaluate your situation. What is that in reference to? And I'm seeing everything like, you ever see a thermal camera? Everything's like blown out. So I know we had talked about like the fire energies for this week, and Cancer being water energy. Cancer, sun, moon, and rising. Moon is going to be in Cancer this week, and that is, like I mentioned, the native for the moon. But I feel like there's just a hot energy, and I'm really feeling flames like flickering, and hear like the crackling of like a roaring fire energy. And I did get consulting a religious specialist Now, I'm not entirely sure. This wouldn't be just like your pastor at your church. This would be like somebody who does exorcisms. It could be, and that doesn't have to be Catholic, it doesn't have to be even Christian. I know that I've seen like a Buddhist house blessing before, and the monks came in, or the ascetics came in, and they did some chanting and reading from a religious text, and I don't remember which one offhand. But it was more about like the purification of the space. And the woman's house, they thought it was haunted. I didn't experience anything while I was there, but that doesn't mean anything because I was only there for maybe a couple hours while this thing was going on. It wasn't like I was investigating the house or anything like that. I was just there with my aunt. But it would be somebody like that. And I don't think that the denomination matters. I don't think it matters if this person is Christian, Buddhist, Jewish. It'd be somebody that you have access to and somebody that would be particular to your situation. And that is going to be the key for you. You're going to know that. I won't be able to tell you that from this reading. It's too general. And is this situation with Cancer a really personal thing? I feel like it's going to be different for each and every one of you. But you're going to know if this applies to you. And again, this is something where I try really hard not to pry too much in the general readings. I don't want to end up saying something that is too much information. I can say, oh, this particular placement will help your sex life, or this particular placement will be good for romance, or something like that. But I'm not going to be like, one person out there is doing sex magic and it's ruining their life and they need to cut it out, you know. I'm not going to, not to say that you shouldn't be doing any sex magic, just saying like, magic is not this benign thing that you can just pick up and put down when you feel like it. But we've talked about that a little bit on this channel. I trust you guys to know what needs to be done at what time. I'm thinking now of when I lived in Atlanta. I would drive between Tucker and Decatur, which is 5-10 minutes. It's not far. My parents lived in Decatur, and I would take this one route that, I think it was Henderson Mill Road. There's like a little monastery off to the side, and it's not like, yeah, it was just off to one side of that road, and I don't remember if it was Henderson Mill. It's one of the roads over there. And I was just thinking about that place. Excuse me, right now. And I think they were doing construction there at one point. But I don't remember much more than that. So it could be something because your elements are out of balance, that a system that works more directly with balancing elements, whether it's Ayurvedic medicine or traditional Chinese medicine. It might be something like that, but that you need to consult a religious expert rather than a holistic healer, because there are other elements that need to be addressed. And like a tiger, fire demon, something like that. What else do I need to tell Cancer, Sun, Moon, and Rising about this next week? I just felt like instantly being lifted up into the higher layers of the atmosphere, to where the air's really thin, but you're so close to the celestial plane. There's a liminal space there between being here on Earth and then being that high up in the atmosphere, and so close to outer space, basically. And being there in your ethereal body. You go there to cool off. It's like you go there to cool off when you get too hot, to stop from boiling alive. You've probably heard about frogs. When you can put a frog in a pot of water on your stove and turn the water on and heat it up slowly, and the frog won't notice the change in temperature and jump out, and you can boil a frog doing that. That's not how you typically boil shellfish like crabs or lobsters. But I feel like there's some kind of situation like that for you, and you try to pinpoint the point at which it got too hot. And then you realize that you need to pinpoint the point at which you went into the water in the first place. And what else do I need to tell Cancer, Sun, Moon, and Rising about this week ahead? Vestigial traits. So you develop coping mechanisms for things in your life, and then there comes a time when that thing is no longer a problem for you, and you have this vestigial coping mechanism, and it ends up becoming a hazard or a burden to you. When at one time it was very useful, but then when it gets to a point where it's not useful for you anymore, something about it becomes harmful. And that's going to be different for everyone. So it's hard for me to pinpoint exactly what that would look like for each and every person. What else do I need to tell Cancer, Sun, Moon, and Rising about the future this week, October 7th to October 14th? There was this Alice in Chains music video for I Stay Away, and it was like claymation, and the lion escapes and eats people, but it's like all done in claymation. And I feel like there's something like that, where everything's like really cartoonish, but also really horrible at the same time. But I mean, that could apply to anybody, right? It's not going to be just you that's involved in that. It's going to be like you and then the group of people that surround you, people in your immediate sphere of influence. And possibly some of them, some of them could be Cancers too, but that's not necessarily like the totality of it either, Like, this is going to apply to you, Cancers, but it might also leak out into some of the other signs' lives as well. Is there anything else that I need to tell Cancer, Sun, Moon, and Rising about the week ahead? I don't think so. I think that's it. Hello, Leos. Leo, Sun, Moon, and Rising for the week of October 7th through the 14th. We're going to start out with your ephemera. So on Saturday the 10th at a little before 5:30 in the afternoon on the west coast of the United States, and that's going to be a little bit before 8:30 p.m. on the east coast of the United States, the moon enters Leo. And so then on Sunday the 11th, it's going to be about roughly 12 hours later. You're going to get a trine between the moon and Leo, which is emotional, creative energy. Can also be, the moon is also about art and music, so it could be creativity in art and music as well. Could be about your children, emotions about your children. And then Chiron in Aries is this healing kind of an energy. So healing the parts of yourself related to Aries that might be like impatience, childish behavior, kind of rushing into things. Not saying that Aries are all like that. I'm just saying, like, those are the traits that you're going to be trying to heal with this energy. And so you're going to have like a trine between those two energies, which is a favorable aspect. So to help you kind of work through some things. And then you have two squares occurring later in the day, and the first square to that moon in Leo is going to be around 10:30 in the morning on the west coast, and that is going to be Uranus and Taurus. Uranus and Taurus is transitions and lots of people's opinions being expressed as it relates to possessions or property. So if you've got this moon in Leo energy, it could be an emotional situation surrounding your children and then some kind of estate, things that need to be worked out. Or it could be about having an idea for a creative project, but you're working with bandmates, or there are things that you want for this artistic endeavor that are tied up in other people's opinions, and or they're transitional, and so you're kind of like trying to navigate that. And then the second square is actually an opportune period, and it says here, it's got these different tips for, this is one of those Llewellyn daily planetary guides, and I really like using it because it gives you stuff like after the moon squares Mercury today until the moon is void of course on Monday the 12th. It's the last quarter of the moon. Mercury's moving slowly. This opportune period is still good for creativity and deep thinking, or even both together. So that starts at 1:50 p.m. on the west coast and 4:50 p.m. on the east coast. And it's going to go until Moon in Leo trines Mars in Aries, and that is 7:30 on the west coast in the morning and 10:30 in the morning on the east coast. You also have quincunxes between Moon and Leo and Jupiter, Pluto, and Saturn, which are all in Capricorn, and those are going to be sprinkled throughout the day. And then also a quincunx with Neptune in Pisces, which is Neptune's native, and that's going to be around 2:45 in the morning. And at that time, Neptune in Pisces is also going to be sextile that Jupiter in Capricorn, which will then be, right before that, like around midnight on the west coast. If I don't specify, I'm probably talking about the west coast. That's the time zone that I'm in. Just disclaimer there. So at midnight, you have this Neptune in Pisces, sextile Jupiter in Capricorn, and then that Jupiter in Capricorn comes into quincunx with Moon in Leo, like the minute after the quincunx with the Neptune in Pisces, okay? So like the very next minute. So that Neptune in Pisces is a very nebulous, very watery energy. Moon in Leo is kind of more like, these emotional states. It's like a watery fire. It's a grease fire. No, I'm just kidding. But it's these two quincunxes back to back. It's a good time to push through anything that's unclear relating to a creative endeavor that you're trying to use to expand wealth and make money and turn into a career. This particular minute right there is going to be a good time to kind of shift that. And then, Pluto is kind of like things that don't quite exist, or they are kind of like, it's like Schrodinger's planet. Does it exist or does it not exist? Is it still alive or is it dead? And that's going to be occurring like around 9 in the morning. So by the time that Saturn is sextile the moon in Leo later in the day, that's going to be around 2:20 in the afternoon on the west coast and 5:20 on the east coast. That is the time all throughout the day you're going to have a lot of good energy for kind of taking any like creative thing that you're trying to make concrete and work with these quincunxes on that until 2 in the afternoon or 5 in the evening, depending on which part of the United States you live in, or in the world, what that time translation is for you for that placement. Then that is it for this week for your ephemera. And I do have this beautiful fire quartz. It's a hematoid quartz, and another thing about it that's very stunning is it has all of these little all these kind of like little cleavages that give it this really iridescent kind of sparkle inside. And I have this dragon's blood oil. Just get a little bit of that on my fingers. And find out, what do I need to tell Leo, sun, moon, and rising for the week of October 7th through October 14th. Yeah, this particular moon return has a potential to be very productive for you if you are working on a creative project, or if you have children and you are working through things with them. There's going to be that Sunday, the 11th to Monday period is going to be very potentially, it could be very good for you working wise. What else do I need to tell Leo, sun, moon, and rising? About this week. There's a possibility here for some kind of energy shift in your favor, maybe. So that there's like, if you have been feeling drained by the public, there's going to be something here that could change that. What kind of shift? There's like a decentralization of social media, like there's this guy who actually pioneered helped to pioneer social media. Is his name Jaron Lanier? I'm gonna check really quick. Sorry. I've watched a few of his videos on YouTube. And he talks about, yeah. I may or may not link one of these videos in the description if I remember, but basically I'm gonna recap it here, which is that social media is not designed to bring us together. And a lot of people are growing really frustrated with that, because really it has become so impossible to foster and forge good, healthy relationships with other people using social media. Social media is like mostly a marketing tool. We're ending up with a lot of really shallow kind of interference type, like more static than your signal to noise ratio is way off. And so what we're ending up with is corporations, like Facebook and Google, controlling all of this data and controlling what we see from who. And people's creative projects are falling apart because of it. And even that, like, buying ad space isn't the silver bullet that it used to be either. But they're just basically throttling any kind of creative efforts by pushing for the monetization of any kind of message that's not just strictly a selfie, or, like, there are things that the algorithm picks up. I watched this other video that was, and I'm not going to go off on too much of a tangent, but I am going to mention this. This guy, Leon Lush, he has a YouTube channel, and he was talking about there are these genuine magicians who used to go around and do like magic on the street videos, that David Blaine, Chris Angel, Mind Freak style of like going up to a person and being like, is this your card? Seeing the evolution of people who were making those styles of videos and were genuinely doing like sleight of hand and genuinely had skill as magicians, performance magicians, seeing those people go off in this direction of being totally clickbait, of making these super scripted and, hack style scripted, so not even like a good video, but just super clickbaity of like, you won't believe what we do to this watermelon. And that has taken over the need for genuine entertainment, and it's poking. This is something that I've been having to deal with someone in my life that I'm very close to in a different capacity, but it ends up having the same result, which is that it pokes a hole in you that becomes a void that cannot be filled. So all of these things, like not getting enough likes on your selfie, and not getting engagement when you post things that are genuine, that are going on in your life. A lot of my friends are musicians, and so there's been like this void, and a void is a type of egregore too, and it's a very insidious type of egregore because it's difficult to get rid of, and you can't fill it. It's like a black hole. You have to send it away. You can't try to make it go away by filling it. You have to like the unchangeable force meets the immovable object. Basically, you have to find an equal counterbalance. And it's so hard to do that with these types of egregores because it's just a total vacuum. And social media is becoming that vacuum in people's lives. And you just have to institute a no contact policy. And it's difficult to do that because that's how we stay in touch with so many people in our lives and how we reach out to people. And it's really difficult. At this point, people have become so burnt out on the major social media platforms that if another one started, you're never going to go back to MySpace, but people get burnt out on the idea of perpetually making these new profiles on new social media sites. And I will I will bring it all together, but I feel like these are things that need to be said. Yeah, this is a legitimate concern that I need to bring up for this week for Leo, Sun, Moon, and Rising. So the way that it relates to you is that you're going to start finding ways of reaching out to people. It's really come to a head because we've been in the pandemic and people have been stuck inside on their computers and phones in a way that's unprecedented. And you're going to find ways to reach out to other people that are organic, that are effective, and that I'm so sorry, and that fill a need. Not just in your life, but in the lives of people around you. And I don't know if this is going to be is this going to be on the computer? It will be to some extent. I think you're going to start finding ways of using social media that are not super unhealthy. Okay, so for example, if someone really wants to contact me, if someone really wants to get in touch with me, they know how to do that. I have my email up online. I have, I have compartmentalized emails. So I have an email for music, I have an email for my small business and my YouTube channel, and I have my professional email that's just my full name. And so if someone comes across me as an entity online, they can find ways to get in touch with me. It doesn't just have to be through a social media platform. So you don't have to necessarily be on the social media platform in a meaningful way to create an archive there that can be referenced. Another option that we have now is that live streaming capabilities have really taken off in a way that they probably would not have if it weren't for the pandemic. And but places like Twitch, where you can go and watch someone play through a video game, that's kind of what it started for. But and even YouTube, you can do live streaming videos. So you have these different platforms that, while they're still algorithm based, the algorithm is not stacked against the content in the same way that it is on Facebook or Twitter. On Twitter, you're getting engagement from people, whether good or bad. And it's what feeds that platform. And that's why you'll get, like, Twitter's like notorious for very polarized and radical views. So using that platform is going to be a vastly different experience than if you are uploading content to YouTube and building an audience there. So that's just a couple of examples of different things that you'll probably be exploring over the next week. And again, that moon in Leo period is going to be really good. So like Sunday night through Monday in the evening. And I think that's it for you this time, Leo. Hello, Virgo, Sun, Moon, and Rising. Welcome to your crystal scrying for the week of October already, 7th through October 14th. Alright, so first off, Venus is in your sign. On Thursday, the 8th, you've got Venus quincunx Chiron in Aries around 8:20 in the morning on the west coast, and that's going to be 11:20 on the east coast. And that energy is going to be very good for romantic, like, routine adjustment. So if one partner is feeling like an unbalanced sex drive in relation to the other partner, that's a good time to kind of like reconcile, like, what's our schedule gonna look like. And quincunx is a very quick energy, so you might even decide that we're gonna set aside like 10 minutes here, 10 minutes there. Maybe I could come to your office during your lunch break. You know, fun and exciting stuff like that, that you kind of work that passion into your routine. And Venus is art and music too, so I want to put that out there as well, that it's not just a energy of romance and affection, it's also an energy of creativity and art and music. So it could be the same kind of thing, where to start a new project, you kind of like set aside a 10 minutes here, a 10 minutes there. I used to bring recording equipment in my car so that on my lunch break I could record for like 15 minutes while I was at work. And So then we come over here to Monday the 12th. Mercury is in its shadow period. It goes into retrograde on Tuesday the 13th. Monday, it's almost about to go into retrograde, and there's a sextile with Venus in Virgo around 9:40 a.m. Okay, and then around 12:40 p.m. on the east coast of the United States. So Mercury in Scorpio is communication regarding death, sex, and other people's resources. And you've got this sextile with Venus in Virgo, which is about the kind of mundane routines around romance and creativity in our lives. So it could be a really good time to continue that discussion if you have a partner that you work out some more of this kind of like romantic scheduling. Tuesday, the moon is going to enter Virgo. And you're going to get that moon and Virgo conjunction right before 8 p.m. on the west coast, and then right before 11 p.m. on the east coast. And keep in mind that Mercury goes retrograde at like 6 p.m. on the west coast and 9 p.m. on the east coast. That moon and Venus conjunction is awesome for creative energy. So if you have a project that you have already started, like Wednesday is when the storm starts, Wednesday the 7th, prior to Mercury going retrograde in Scorpio. But if you have a project that you have started before that, this is a really good time to work on that project. We have the moon in Virgo, quincunx then Chiron in Aries at 8:52 a.m. on the west coast, 11:52 a.m. east coast. That's going to be very similar to that Venus in Virgo energy. We have moon in Virgo trine Uranus in Taurus, and that's going to happen around 1:30 in the afternoon Pacific, 4:30 in the afternoon Eastern. Uranus in Taurus is an energy about transition of possessions, or about many people having opinions about what should happen to these possessions or property. And moon in Virgo then being emotional states surrounding your day-to-day life, your health, and it could also be about unclear things related to those aspects of your life as well. So this trine will be a good time to kind of work out any of those things that you need to take care of. And then in the early evening on the East Coast and around 8:20 on early evening on the West Coast and around 8:20 on the East Coast, you've got this sextile between the moon in Virgo and that Mercury in Scorpio. So that's going to be communication energy. And I think we covered that already. I don't remember exactly. And then on the following Wednesday, the 14th, that moon is going to be in Virgo until almost 11 p.m. at night. So you'll have a lot of placements here, including Jupiter, Pluto, and Saturn, which have been retrograde for a lot of the year and then have gone direct by now, are all going to be passing through trines with the moon in Virgo. And so this big grouping that we have here of those 3 planets is very much related to any kind of expansion of wealth through career, and solidification of that you would like to manifest. And that moon in Virgo is going to bring an energy of compartmentalization. And again, the moon can be emotional states, but it can also be things that are unclear. So that's going to be a really good day, Wednesday the 14th, to clear all of that up. And then you're going to have this quincunx with the Mars in Aries placement. That's going to be at like 8:15 in the morning on the West Coast and 11:15 in the morning on the East Coast. And Mars in Aries is a very quick, hot, burning, creative fire. So balanced with that moon in Virgo energy, it could be another way to integrate creative process into your life. And then we also have moon in Virgo in opposition to Neptune in Pisces. Now, that's going to be happening around 5 in the morning on the West Coast and around 8 in the morning on the East Coast. And the reason that this opposition is going to be a little bit complicated, it's just a very abstract energy, and Virgo is a mutable earth energy, but it's also very like all about organization, compartmentalization, and Mercury being retrograde now. But it is listing this as an opportune period. So moon opposing Neptune until the moon goes void of course. So that's going to be like from 4:47 a.m. till 3:47 p.m., which is a good chunk of the day. You're going to have a opportune period for practical matters, projects that you have already started before the Mercury retrograde has begun. All right. I'll get out my Hematoid quartz. I really love how all of the little cleavages inside the quartz crystal make it iridescent, shiny. And then I also have my dragon's blood oil that I will be using for scrying this month. Just get a little bit of that on my fingers. Virgo, sun, moon, and rising. What do I need to tell you for the week of October 7th through October 14th? You can fight fire with fire. Just burn everything down. Oh, you can fight fire with fire, but it's using controlled fire early on to prevent out of control fire later. So, that's something that's been on my mind, obviously, because of the wildfires out here in California. And the fact that they are very pointless, that There's no reason that has to be the norm every year. It's quite egregious. But maybe at some point they'll figure out how to do controlled burns again. But that's how you fight fire with fire, is the point that I was getting at. And the reason that this is important for you, Virgo, during this particular period is that I think you've been trying to put a fire out. You've been trying to put out a fire, and it just seems to be spreading. You'll put it out over here, and then something else will crop up over here. And you're kind of running around trying to extinguish all these little blazes all over the place. And it's exhausting to you. And you're like, well, how could I have avoided this? And how can I avoid this in the future? And the answer to that is to put out fires in a controlled way as they crop up. So as each thing comes up, you can't just say, well, I'll just do that later. It's important to look at your calendar and put down on the calendar what your time frame is for that whole project on the front end. And it is a hassle. It is a bunch of extra steps, and you may or may not hit your mark right off the bat as far as knowing how long certain projects are going to take. But by putting it on your calendar, and it's funny that I'm saying this because actually I put, the crystal scrying and tarot schedule on my calendar so that I make sure that I keep up with which weeks I'm doing which. And then I can post other videos in between, but that for sure is going to happen. And so I make sure that I know that I need to start on this particular day and that I need to be done by this day. And so it gets done. Now, I probably at this point don't need it on my calendar, but I like having it there. And I had my reminder come up, and in fact I was already sitting here doing the crystal scrying videos when the reminder showed up on my phone. And that's how you will eventually get sometimes, is like you then, as you're doing something, you look down at your phone and you see, oh look, well, it's that alarm that I set for that particular part of the project. What else do I need to tell Virgo, Sun, Moon, and Rising about this week? Wednesday, October 7th through Wednesday, October 14th. I'm gearing up for Halloween, yeah. Some of you Virgos out there might also have a Taurus placement. So I feel like there's a lot of like earth energy and the autumn, the fall time of the year. It's a good time to lean into that But what specifically about Virgos that have Taurus placements, or Virgo sun, moon, and rising with Taurus sun, moon, or rising placement? Evil vanquished by the might of your divination. Well, that's just very, yeah, that's what we're doing here is divination. What do I need to tell this Virgo Taurus sun, moon, and rising? In a lot of old grimoires, there would be like these spells, like you have to get the foot of a black cat or the heart of a black cat, and you wrap it in twine and you bury it in the ground, and you make someone walk backwards over it or something like that. And I feel like there's a situation that's coming up that's like that, where either this is like a magical endeavor that you could take part in, and it would have some effect on your life for the better, or it could just be that there's something that you're working towards that's very much of that same energy of old grimoires, where you're having to track down secret ingredients or perform special operations in order to make something that you want to have come together. It could be like an art project or something like that too. What else do I need to tell Virgo, sun, moon, or rising about this ritual? Cake batter, yeah, like these old rituals, if that's what's going on, it could be something that's transmutable into a more modern context. So it's not like you have to go out and kill a black rooster with your bare hands and then bury him head down with just the tail feathers exposed or something like that. It could be like you find a way to transmute a ritual to better suit your modern day purposes. Is there anything else that I need to tell Virgo, sun, moon, and rising about this week? I think that is it for you for this week, Virgo. Hello, Libra. Let's talk about your week ahead for Wednesday, October 7th through Wednesday, October 14th. So the sun is currently in Libra this month. Wednesday the 7th, you're going to have sun in Libra trine to moon in Gemini. That's going to occur around 2:15 in the morning on the west coast and 5:15 in the morning on the east coast of the United States. Moon in Gemini can be about emotionally charged communication. And the Sun in Libra can be about partnerships or business dealings between partners or legal matters. And because it's a trine, that is a favorable time to deal with all of those things. Again, on Friday the 9th, you have Moon in Cancer square Sun in Libra. And that's going to occur at 5:40 p.m. on the West Coast and 8:40 p.m. on the East Coast. And the Sun in Libra, in this case, with partnerships and legal matters being squared to this Moon in Cancer. Cancerian energy has to do with the home and family, but it can also double charge that Moon emotionality. The Moon is native to Cancer, and so any of its traits are then amplified in that sign. So if you do have things that need to be worked out, emotions might end up clouding those matters. On Sunday, the 11th, we have the Moon in Libra square Jupiter in Capricorn. And that's going to occur at 6:34 in the morning on the West Coast, 9:34 on the East Coast. Okay. So that Sun in Libra, again, being about justice, matters, legal matters, partnerships, marriages, and then Jupiter in Capricorn being about wealth and prosperity as it's connected to your career. So this could be a situation where your spouse and you discuss the future of your career. It could be a situation in which the company with which you have been involved is going through legal difficulty and it affects your salary. So again, those things are wide open. I want to mention that on Wednesday, the 7th, Mercury is entering its storm prior to going retrograde. And then on Tuesday, the 13th, Mercury goes retrograde in the sign of Scorpio. On Monday, Sun in Libra will sextile the Moon in Leo, and that will occur at 4:09 a.m. on the West Coast and 7:09 a.m. on the East Coast. Again, since this has to do with partnerships or legal matters, Moon in Leo can be about creative energy. If you are in entertainment, it could be contracts to your favor. It could be a romantic spark in a marriage. So there's a few different categories to which that will apply. Tuesday, you've got Sun in Libra in opposition to Mars in Aries, and that's going to occur around 4:30 p.m. on the West Coast and 7:30 p.m. on the East Coast. And this is also right before Mercury goes retrograde, so you're going to be dealing with that energy as well. And Mars in Aries can be about very impetuous, impatient, immature energy. And so Sun in Libra, whether you're dealing with court cases or whether you are dealing with marriages and partnerships, you can see why there would be an opposition there. And then on Wednesday, the 14th, the moon is going to enter your sign of Libra at 10:54 p.m. on the west coast and will not enter Libra until the following morning on the east coast. So that's all there is for your ephemera for now, Libra. I have this Hematoid quartz, fire quartz, very fiery energies for this week. So I'm using this fire quartz. And then I also have this dragon's blood oil. Just get a little bit of that. Alright, Libra, sun, moon, and rising. What do you need to know for the week ahead? Wednesday, October 7th through Wednesday, October 14th. It seems like you have been let down about something. Do you guys remember that Robin song, Call Your Girlfriend? It's like that. That's kind of like the energy that I'm feeling. That, either are you the one letting the other person down, or are you the one being let down? I have a really tight feeling in my stomach. Oh, Libra. For those of you who are going through this, I'm very sorry. Either way, it's not good. Either way, it just hurts. And I feel like you have been trying to deal with this on reasonable terms for some time now, and that it's kind of just breaking down, and you're coming to a point where you're not able to make this work anymore, and you have to figure out how you are going to move forward from this point. I hear call your girlfriend, but it's not just about romantic relationships. This can be about the world in general. It could be about career. It could be about a pet abandoning you for some of you. I've had a pet abandon me before. It sucks. Not as bad as before they abandon you and they act out because they hate your guts. And I swear, I don't abuse animals. I try really hard to take good care of pets. I don't have any pets right now, but it was a very formative event in my life. So I'm very sorry to hear that. For those of you who are experiencing this, Libra, sun, moon, and rising. But there's a finality to it as well. And it's kind of like once once you let go of whatever this is, then you will have the freedom to move on with your life and do productive things that will be much better and much more suited to your purposes. So it's not all the worst. Conflagration, congregation. Well, it's a group of people for sure. Are these people that you speak to? No, it's... I think some of you have a religious support group, whether that's the congregation of a church or like spiritual support group. It could be the congregation of a church. It could be like if you're particularly close with people who are in a yoga class with you, or a meditation group, something like that. There's a group of you that are kind of there for each other during difficult times. You'll be able to lean on them for support. And it may end up bringing you closer to a particular person who is in this group. And you guys might end up dating or something like that. But that's not necessary. There's like lots of different kinds of relationships, and not all of them are physical or emotionally that intimate. You know, it could just be that you grow closer to a particular person in this group as a result of what is going on in your life outside. I feel like you're experiencing some kind of letdown. I hear you saying stuff like, this person's performatively, they're a genius, you know? So it could be about a person in particular. It doesn't have to be a romantic partner. It could be a business associate, of course. But obviously you looked up to this person in this situation a lot at certain times, and so there are going to be instances where you feel foolish because you're reminded of things that that person said or did, and now that you feel so massively let down by them, well, it's not like massively let down, it's just kind of like this they never stop yelling at each other. This feeling that things cannot continue with the same dynamic. So it could have been that there was a person that was kind of up on a pedestal, and now the positions are shifting. That's going to be true for some of you. And sorry, I have to move a little bit. So that can be kind of awkward, but it's not quite as painful as some of the other scenarios that might be playing out this week. What else do I need to tell Libra, Sun, Moon, or Rising for this week, October 7th to October 14th? There might be a cookout. Smell like hamburgers on a grill. I don't mean like physically smelling it. I mean like mentally, like smelling a charcoal grill and people cooking hamburgers, which I haven't smelled in a long time. We don't really grill meat. My spouse is vegetarian, so we don't cook very much meat at our house anyway. And what else do I need to tell Libra? Sun, moon, or rising about this week? Every good boy deserves favor. Sorry, people are making a lot of noise. Every good boy deserves favor is like, it's the scale, but it also is a phrase. I feel like there's something relating to that that's like, you're finally getting your due. You're kind of finally feeling like, finally I'm going to get the things that I deserve. Is there anything else that I need to tell Libra, Sun, Moon, or Rising about this week? I think that's it for now. Hello, Scorpio. And thank you for joining me. Let's look at your ephemera for the week ahead. First thing I need to tell you is that Mercury is going into its storm on Wednesday, October 7th, because, of course, we have another Mercury retrograde, and that's going to begin Tuesday the 13th. And that's all happening in your sign, Scorpio. So, on Friday the 9th, there will be a trine between the moon in Cancer and Mercury in Scorpio. And that's going to be at 5 in the morning on the west coast and 8 in the morning on the east coast of the United States. And then if you live elsewhere in the world, you'll have to time adjust for that. But the moon in Cancer it's native, and it's all to do with the home, emotional situations. It can be about unclear emotional states. But that will be trine Mercury in Scorpio, which is communication related to death, sex, and other people's resources. So there will be some communication possibly that clears up an emotional situation. Then again on Sunday the 11th, and keep in mind that Mercury's moving very slowly at this time. The moon is going to be in Leo on the 11th, and it's going to square Mercury in Scorpio. And that's going to happen at 1:50 p.m. on the west coast and 4:50 p.m. on the east coast. And this is given as an opportune period after the moon squares Mercury today until the moon is void of course on Monday. It's the last quarter moon and Mercury's moving slowly. This is an opportune period, good for creativity and deep thinking. But just keep in mind that Mercury is moving very slowly. And then the moon will be void of course at 7:30 a.m. On Monday on the west coast and 10:30 a.m. on the east coast. Excuse me. Now, about an hour, little less than an hour before Mercury goes retrograde, it will be forming sextile with the moon in Virgo. So, moon in Virgo is great for organization of your emotions, compartmentalization, regulation of your mental health and your daily routines, clarifying daily routines. So then, of course, Mercury being a sign of communication and being in Scorpio would be good for that. But then, of course, the retrograde coming in. And that is everything for you for this week. Ephemera-wise, which is more than enough, because, of course, Mercury going retrograde is plenty of fun on its own. So let's get out the Hematoid quartz. And I do also have this dragon's blood oil. Alright. Scorpio, sun, moon, and rising. What do I need to tell you for the week of October 7th through the week of October 14th? It's not always about tit for tat. I don't know if there are situations in your life where you're kind of like, you have to give me this thing, and then I'll immediately give you this other thing, like transactional things. I don't know if there are things like that in your life currently, but I do feel like for some of you, you are examining how your opinions of situations have been very transactional between you and other people, whether it's in relationships or in work situations. Now, obviously, a work situation, there is a lot of transactional energy involved because people are paying you for a service. We're also looking at open enemies. You can be transactional with open enemies too. And there being kind of like this idea of like, oh, well, I could give you this if you do this for me, and you know, and maybe the idea coming forth that even that's not terribly healthy, even if you're not just strictly, even if you are not transactional with your friends, if you're dealing with people in a transactional way, that it gets very tedious and it gets very toxic. So that it's not just that neither of you are getting what you need out of the situation, it's that there then forms this egregore of the transactionality itself, and that then separates off and becomes this whole other thing that you start focusing on more than the other person and more than other matters at hand. And I'm only telling you this because I'm guilty of it too. Probably more guilty of it than a lot of other people. And it's been something that has caused me to retreat from social media over the past few months. But in this particular case, I think you've decided this out of a necessity for survival, that that you're not as worried about what I don't want to project too much, hold on. Less concerned with the day-to-day functions of the people around you, and more concerned with the quality of the lives of all the people around you. So rather than like looking at, if your building has like a doorman, right? And you see the doorman every day, and you think, isn't it nice that my building has a doorman? Instead of thinking about it that way, thinking about it like, what is that doorman's quality of life like? Does he just, is he allowed to go to the bathroom when he needs to? Is he allowed to watch Netflix while he's sitting there? Can he read? What if he's studying for like night classes or something? Are those things that he's allowed to do while he's on his shift? And then thinking of it like, my doorman can study a foreign language while he is performing his job tasks, and that is what makes living in this building awesome. And I'm sure a lot of you are like, yes, you're getting it, yes. Sorry, it's supposed to be an ASMR video. I'm sorry, I started yelling. So basically, some of you out there are going to have the response that I'm so glad that someone else is vocalizing these concerns. And for those of you, I think that there are going to be more and more situations where that becomes relevant, where the quality of life of everyone involved in a situation takes precedent over, oh, can we get strippers for the bachelor party? Like, it not being so much about this transactional, concept of having a bachelor party. What does that represent? What is the functionality behind that? What is that archetype about, Is that something that I even want to validate in my own existence? Gender reveal party, I understand why some people have one, because it does mark a certain milestone in the pregnancy when you're able to discover the sex of your baby. It means that the baby has reached a certain state of gestation. And so for people who have had difficulty conceiving and not miscarrying, that can be a very important milestone for those people. But the gender reveal party, for the sake of telling everyone about your baby's genitals, is not quite the same. And I think you should wait until your child is at least in middle school to have a gender reveal party anyway. Because sometimes the baby gender falls off and a new one grows in, you know. So you have to wait and see. You don't know what gender your child is going to be until they get old enough to tell you. But more importantly, because this is about you, Scorpio, Sun, Moon, and Rising, and the quality of your life, I think deep down understanding exists in a lot of you that if you walk into a room and half of the people in that room are deeply unhappy because of social injustices being perpetuated against them, that no one in the room is really going to be happy. That no one's benefiting from that situation. People who think that they're benefiting from that situation are actually benefiting from the illusion of their own success. Which means that a lot of them really aren't even where they want to be in their own lives. But they think if they're standing on someone else's neck, that at least I got one person under me. That's not how it works. That's not how any of this works. If you're living in your car and they're living in their car, nobody's winning in that situation. What else do I need to tell Scorpio? Sun, Moon, and Rising. And of course, Mercury retrograde in Scorpio is going to be a very exciting time for all of us. And you'll at least be prepared. But, you know, this governs things like estate, your will. If you have, don't start working on your will at this time. Could lead to miscommunication about sex if you don't already have a good communication set up with that person. And then of course death. And it's possible that you'll hear about somebody dying and then find out later it's not true. So don't get excited. I kid. But anyway, so what else do I need to tell Scorpio, Sun, Moon, and Rising about this week? I think a lot of you are just excited about Halloween and about your birthdays coming up. So I think we'll call it here and hopefully see you again soon. Don't forget to watch your other sign placements. Hi, Sagittarius. Well, you might have noticed I'm not holding my day planner. And that is because there are no specific ephemera for you for the week of Wednesday, October 7th until Wednesday, October 14th. Love it, hate it. I don't make the rules in this case. So, I will tell you that Wednesday, October 7th is when Mercury begins its storm, which is when the planet slows down, heading into Mercury retrograde, which begins on Tuesday, October 13th. And Mercury is going retrograde in the sign of Scorpio. So that is all about death, sex, and other people's resources. And Mercury being about communication, things happening quickly, except when they're in retrograde. So anything to do with an estate, or make sure that you and your sexual partners, if you have any or desire any, have good communication going into this time period. And you may end up hearing that someone has passed away and then later find out that it's not true. So don't get too excited. So I'm going to get out my Hematoid quartz. This is a fire quartz. It has hematite inclusions. And I also have this dragon's blood oil. Kill a little extra time on yours because I don't have to go through the planner. I'm not trying to waste your time, just trying to scratch records. Get a little bit of oil, put the lid back on. Alright, Sagittarius. So, what do I need to tell you for the week of October 7th through October 14th? Somebody's having a baby. Could be a Sagittarius rising, but I feel like there are some Sagittariuses out there, probability speaking. I'm more than likely correct that there will be a Sagittarius out there that's going to have a baby at this time. Sagittarius, sun, moon, or rising. Why is that important? What is the relevance? There's a woman you've been talking to, and she, Felicity, is that the name of the baby? Is that the name of the woman you've been talking to? What's the role of the woman that you've been talking to? Is this like a doula? You find out this woman is a doula. And that's the felicity of it. And maybe you also decide to name the child Felicity. Why is this important for Sagittarius, Sun, Moon, and Rising? I think it's very late in the game for you to be employing a doula, and maybe it's something that you hadn't thought about. It just kind of happened. And I feel like you kind of just meet this person randomly, like on the bus or something. And of course, you know, if you're about to have a baby, like, people can look at you and tell that you're gonna have a baby. So it's probable that this person just approaches you and but no, that's not what I hear. I hear you saying, "Excuse me, are you a doula?" And the person says, "Yes, I am." And you're like, "Oh, you know, obviously, I'm about to have a baby soon. I know that we're both here enjoying our leisure time on public transportation, but, how would you feel about giving me your card and, I could get a consultation with you?" And she'll say something like, "Yeah, usually I have a 2-week waiting period, but I had like a random opening. An unfortunate opening. That's too bad. I don't know if she's gonna tell you about that or not, but, you know, it involves loss." Oh no, I just made a meme reference. That's one of the most callous meme references I've ever made in my life. If you understand what I'm talking about, smash that dislike button. No, I kid. But, so, okay, let's get back on track here. Let's get back on track. You run into this doula on public transportation, and she says, right now, I'll give you my card, but I'll write on the back, I have this window open when we could do a consultation. And you're like, "Yes, perfect. That works for me, great." And it goes from there, because I feel like you maybe have like 2 weeks left in your pregnancy, for some of you. Now, okay, so not everybody who's a Sagittarius, Sun, Moon, or Rising watching this video is going to be pregnant, right? Does this scenario also apply to other situations? I'm hearing bank loan, so maybe you are trying to buy a house and you're trying to get a loan, and you have like a limited time left in which you can get a loan from the bank, or a small business. If there's like a time, I feel like there's some kind of time constraint, and that this person kind of just wanders into your life at just the right moment to help you pull off whatever this thing is. So it could be a doula, but it could be a business partner, could be a relative showing up out of the blue. Bank informant. What is that? Somebody who's like I've been watching this person's account and blah blah blah. That doesn't seem right. Hold on. What are you saying about an informant? An informant at the bank and the numbers don't match up. And it could be for some of you that there have been a lot of discrepancies in your account with whatever banking institution you are with, and a whistleblower is going to come forward and they will start an investigation. And this could be happening during the Mercury retrograde, because that's going to be in Scorpio, and that is death, sex, and other people's money. So that could definitely be something that occurs for some of you Sagittarius out there. I feel like this is a really scattershot reading, but you know, like I said, you guys didn't have any specific ephemera this week, so I'm kind of just picking up what's out there. What else do I need to tell Sagittarius, Sun, Moon, and Rising about the week ahead from Wednesday, October 7th through Wednesday, October 14th? I'm seeing like a cake, like a birthday cake. And that song, Raindrops on Roses and Whiskers on Kittens. Brown paper packages tied up with strings. These are a few of my favorite things. And then somebody blows all the birthday candles out. And that might be because, you know, if you're Sagittarius moon or Sagittarius rising, maybe you have a birthday coming up, I don't know. Or you could be at a younger, like a niece or nephew, their birthday party. And you're kind of like enjoying spending time with your family, and a lot of these simpler pleasures in life, like birthday cake, watching your younger relative open presents, stuff like that. You're kind of just like, and it's not a big gathering, so it's just like family people getting together. So it's not, I mean, maybe maximum 10 people at the house. Yeah, you're not going to be walking into an ambush or anything like that. What else do I need to tell Sagittarius, Sun, Moon, and Rising about this week? You're getting into a car and there's something stuck in the door handle. I don't know. How many cars even have door handles like that anymore? Are my door handles like that? Where it sticks out enough that someone can wedge a piece of paper like a flyer in there? And why would they put it there and not on the windshield under the wiper? What kind of flyer is this?
Is it about the census? Is it about voting? Is it about parties? It's like a yellow. I see like this yellow rolled up piece of paper with, it's kind of like, you know, that heavier kind of cardstock feeling flyer material. But it's not like super fancy, it just has like a yellow paper background and then like black printing on it. It's like balloons. Okay, hold on, I'm gonna do like remote viewing style for a minute. It looks like, I see like a bunch of folds printed, like a folded up thing is printed on this flyer, and it's kind of drapey. And there's a pine tree. Oh, maybe it's like a stream and then pine trees around it, but it's like just black outline. It's like line art of that with thick black outlines. What does it say on this flyer? No, it's not Sport Chalet. Shut up. Sorry. Now you know about my fixation with Sport Chalet. Let's get back to business. What's going on with this flyer? Hold. Oh geez, this is tenuous at best. Hold a bet? I don't think that the outdoors scene is related to the topic of the flyer. Like it's got like an outdoors scene on it, but the information that's printed on the flyer, and I feel like it's this like old school, they're new flyers, but it's like old school 70s kind of font. They're trying to get you to go with them to a second location. Yeah. So it's like a white roll, or it's a yellow rolled up piece of paper, and it's got a white rubber band on it, and it's been stuck in the door handle. And the reason that they did that and not put it on the windshield, I think people are getting wise to that. Like, I never, if I'm somewhere, especially like late at night, and I come back to my car and there's a flyer on the windshield, I don't take it off my windshield. Like, this is morally questionable too, because it's littering, but like, I'll wait until I get on the road and then I just activate my wipers. If it doesn't fly off of my car, then I remove it when I get to my house. Because I do not try to mess with my car while I am out and about, especially downtown. You just don't know. That's only really like late at night. Most of the time I don't really worry about stuff like that. during the day. And I go so many places with my spouse anyway that there's usually two of us there. And so it's not as big of an issue. Not saying it's not an issue, but if you're by yourself and you find this flyer in the door, don't like stop to look at it before you get in your car, because they're trying to take you to a second location. Okay, is there anything else that I need to tell Sagittarius, Sun, Moon, or Rising for the week of October 7th to the 14th? Get rid of any big signs. Like, I don't know if you have big stickers on your car or like stuff that's like easily visible and distinguishable on the outside of your house. It's gonna make you a target. I'm really sensing for some Sagittarius, Sun, Moon, or Rising out there that like you are being targeted by someone who's trying to abduct you. And it's not like, I don't think this is somebody that you know. Gosh, this is crazy. But, you know, this is just what I'm getting, so it's either for you or it's not. You'll know. You'll know before it's too late. But, like, somebody is following you around, trying to abduct you. And I feel like it's only like a certain period of time. So it's like if you can like over the next couple weeks just be like that much more vigilant and alert that like this person for whatever reason is not going to like target you indefinitely. It's not quite like a stalker situation. It's more like some kind of human trafficking is the sense that I'm getting. And again, this is obviously not going to be true for everyone, so don't freak out. I think that they're going to be very obvious about what they're doing. Just look into the kind of tactics that people use. I know sometimes they'll put a zip tie around your rear view mirror, you know, let some of the air out of one of your tires or something, you know, just be aware and be safe. And you should have nothing to worry about, because it's definitely not like a situation that's going to drag out indefinitely. I think if they can't figure out a way to snatch you in the next couple of weeks, they're going to move on to something else. Whether they move on to a different target or if they just decide this isn't worth the trouble, you know. And I think that's it for Sagittarius this month. This week. Hello, Capricorn. And thank you for joining me. I'm going to be talking about the week from Wednesday, October 7th until Wednesday, October 14th. And there have been 3 planets
in your sign for a lot of the year, and they've been retrograde. Those three planets are Jupiter, Saturn, and Pluto. And so, in a lot of the ephemera, those three planets in succession are going to be forming placements with different things. So, for example, on Wednesday, October 7th, we have Jupiter, Pluto, and Saturn forming quincunx with the moon in Gemini. First, it's going to be Jupiter in Capricorn. Now, let me kind of break down this scenario for you here. You're going to start out with your Jupiter in Capricorn placement, whatever impact it's having on the other position in the aspect. And Jupiter in Capricorn is all about wealth and expansion, and probably related to career. So then you have Pluto in Capricorn, and Pluto is like it's things that can simultaneously exist and not exist. It's not really a transitional state, but it's this idea of something being very undefined. Undefined is a better way to put it. Pluto, at first it starts out, it's a planet, it's not a planet, it's a planet again. So this idea of something being very undefined, you start out with this concept where you're trying to expand wealth in your career, and then we get to this place where it's very undefined. Now look, this place right here where it's very undefined is where the magic happens. That's definitely where any transmutation can occur. Any things that are coming down from divine source, that's that space right there. And then the Saturn placement in Capricorn. And so Saturn in Capricorn, Saturn's native is Capricorn. And it's all about concretion. It's about solidifying plans and ideas, career, and endings. So you've got this really great succession going on in these planets. And this has been going on for a while, but we're going to talk about it now in relation to this week. So you've got this succession happening on Wednesday the 7th, starting at around 10 in the morning on the west coast and around 1 in the afternoon on the east coast. And that's going to be quincunx, and it's quincunx, the moon in Gemini. Moon in Gemini is emotional communication. So any emotional communication that you're going to be doing relating to this succession of ideas can be emotional communication. The moon can also be about creative endeavors, and it can also be about things that are unclear or undefined. Not the same kind of undefined as Pluto, but a little bit similar. So that's going to start at around 10 in the morning. The quincunx with Pluto is going to be around 6 in the evening Pacific, 9 Eastern. And then the quincunx with Saturn is going to be around 11:45 Pacific and
2:45 in the morning Eastern. So anything related to this concept that you want to pull down that has to do with the arts, emotion, music, or Gemini can be communication, but it can also be about twins. So if you have a twin. Alright, so that is Wednesday the 7th, then into the 8th. And then the next time we have this progression. Let's see. We do have Mars in Aries is going to be square to Pluto in Capricorn around 6 in the morning Pacific, 9 Eastern on Friday the 9th. And again, this Pluto energy is like this window. Sorry, people just slammed that gate. It's going to be this window. And Mars in Aries is a very fiery, quick, passionate, but also impatient, and possibly overzealous energy. And that's going to be square to Pluto. So it could be that you have all this energy and you're not able to follow through with it. So then the next progression with the moon cycle is going to start on Friday the 9th around 8:15 in the evening Pacific and 11:15 Eastern, and that's going to be in opposition with the moon in Cancer. Now, the moon in Cancer is an energy about the home and the family, emotions. It's a nurturing energy, and it's a very like homebody kind of energy too. So it being in opposition to that progression, that would not be as good of a time to capitalize on that energy, just because the motivation's not going to be there. The next thing that we see is Sun in Libra square Jupiter in Capricorn, and that's going to be occurring around 6:30 on Sunday the 11th, and then 9:30 Eastern time. So that Sun in Libra is all about justice. It's all about partnerships, which can be marriage, it can be business partnership. And then Jupiter in Capricorn being that expansion, trying to expand wealth within the career. It could be related to legal matters relating to a business situation where there was an expansion that wasn't done in the correct way, and now that's going to be corrected through some kind of judicial proceedings. It doesn't have to be that, but it can be something similar to that. Because Libra is all about equalization, basically. That's why it covers not just justice, but also partnerships and marriages. So next, the moon is going to enter Leo. And so you're going to get, again, a series of quincunx starting at 2:45 in the morning Pacific and 5:45 Eastern. And that is going to continue until the Saturn quincunx at around 2:20 p.m. Pacific, 5:20 Eastern. And the moon in Leo energy. Moon is about emotional things, but it can also be about music and the arts. And Leo is a sign that governs creativity, your children, a romance side of relationships as opposed to like the passionate side, or the physical side. This is more like the emotional side, but not the emotional side of relationships, but like the romantic side of relationships, because then emotional side would be more like Cancer. But the passionate side would be more like Aries or Scorpio. More like Scorpio. So, any of those things as it relates to whatever this expansion of wealth, progression to solidification. If there is an angle there that you're able to use, this would be a good time to do that. And then Wednesday, the moon is in Virgo. And again, we see this progression. And this time it's trines. So that's another favorable grouping. And, excuse me, I'm sorry. On Wednesday the 14th, you have an opportune period. The moon is going to oppose Neptune, beginning a little before 5 in the morning on the west coast and a little before 8 in the morning on the east coast. And this opportune period is going to last until the moon goes void of course in the afternoon, which corresponds to the time that it trines with Saturn in Capricorn. And that's going to be around 3:45 p.m., a little bit before 4 p.m. on the west coast, and a little bit before 7 p.m. on the east coast. And that's going to be useful for practical matters that have to do with existing projects. And the reason that it's good for practical matters for existing projects is that on Tuesday, Mercury is going retrograde. So you don't want to be necessarily starting anything new. All right. I have my Hematoid fire quartz here. And all the little sparkly things inside of it. I have this dragon's blood oil that I'm going to be using for scrying. Just get a little bit of that. On my fingers. And not even enough to drip. What do I need to tell Capricorn? Sun, moon, and rising about this week, starting October 7th. Somebody chewing a lot of juicy fruit gum. It's going to make your teeth rot. I don't know who that's a message for, but getting like you're chewing juicy fruit instead of keeping up with like proper oral hygiene necessarily. And I don't mean you're not brushing your teeth. I think this is a case where although it might be that you're not brushing your teeth, I think you're like not flossing, and maybe you used to brush after meals and then you started chewing juicy fruit after eating instead, and it's not a good substitute. Again, I'm not a dental hygienist. I'm not giving you medical advice. Capricorn, Sun, Moon, and Rising. What do I need to tell you for this week, starting October 7th? Two little foxes running around, and a bear comes and knocks over a piece of fence, a rotten piece of fence. And one of them runs underground, and the other one runs away. And the bear plops down on the ground and eats a banana. That's weird. Anyway, whatever. And he's watching for movement, waiting for the fox to come out of the hole. So I know in Lenormand that fox can represent somebody who is clever, somebody who is sly, and the bear represents a powerful person or a dangerous person. So it could be that two quick-witted people have been conspiring, and then this dangerous person comes along, or powerful person comes along, and one of the foxes retreats into a hole in the ground and the other one runs away. And the bear is waiting for the one in the hole to come out. Now, that could look like all kinds of different scenarios, depending on what your associations are like. I feel like this is somebody who works in a trade, like gardening or landscaping. And the fence has something to do with it. This rotten old piece of fence used to be the boundary line for the property. And because it was old and rotten and got dragged away, now this dangerous person, this powerful person, is trying to edge the property line in. And you're going to have to go and make sure that you have your documentation, and you get surveyors to come out and get your own surveyors and make sure that everybody is in agreement as to what the property boundary is. So that's going to be for some of you. What else is going on with Capricorn, Sun, Moon, and Rising? What is that? Hold on. Is that a thing? Polyresin. oligonucleotide synthesizers allowing for batch synthesis, leading resin manufacturer, components of the essential oil of the oligoresin of Pistachia atlantica, Bermudica, herbal plants uses in animal skin. Okay. So it looks like oligoresins can be used as topical treatments in veterinary application, and with a novel oligonucleotide synthesizer, polystyrene resin. Okay, that doesn't have anything to do with it. I think it has more to do with this. Components of the essential oil of essential oil analysis. What is Pistachia atlantica? Because they use Himalayan cedar to treat skin disease, ulcer, and mange in horses. And I'll follow this a little bit further. I know that I tend to have a little more look-up time in my Capricorn videos. It's a pistachio tree. Oligoresins of the pistachio tree. Oh, but it makes mastic, which is a gum. Can be used as incense. Used for stomach diseases, renal disorders, wounds, and coughs. Review its botanical characterization, applications, photochemistry, pharmacological activities, antioxidant, anti-diabetic, anti-hyperlipidemic, and effective with gastrointestinal diseases. So a lot of drugs are formulated based on compounds from Pistachia atlantica. Let's see. Yeah, oleoresin. This was about oligoresins. Herbal plants used in animal skins. So, acacia, talks about neem leaf here. So Himalayan cedar and the pistachio tree, but it could be, I deal with a certain amount of stomach distress, so I would be interested to find out more about that. What is the deal? What is going on with oligoresins? What do I need to tell Capricorn, Sun, Moon, and Rising? There's a new medicine coming out on the market, and some of you are like talking to your doctor about this new medication, and it's from an oligoresin, so it could be from the pistachio tree. And it could be related to any number of things, because it looks like you can treat everything from like having too much fat, distribution, lipidemia, yeah, all kinds of stuff, stomach disorders. But I don't know what else. What is the takeaway about that? These pharmaceutical companies do a really great job of repackaging natural compounds in a very artificial way. And I think that this could be an instance where a doctor is prescribing you something that is from a natural compound, and that if you could trace it back, you might be able to extract the drug yourself. But I'm not a medical professional, so you're gonna know if that's what you need to be doing. Excuse me. What else do I need to tell Capricorn, Sun, Moon, and Rising for the week of October 7th to October 14th? Light a fire under the still. Yeah, that would be about an extraction process, I guess. Talking about like a moonshine still. It might even be that somebody who's Capricorn, Sun, Moon, or Rising out there figures out an at-home extraction for this oligo resin that then you are basically counterfeiting patented drugs, which I fully endorse, by the way. And using this extraction method to provide yourself with this medication, and I don't know, but maybe provide it to others as well. But that's between you and your higher power. I don't know anything about that. Is there anything else that I need to tell Capricorn, Sun, Moon, and Rising? For this week. There's a lichen too, and it's it's like a shelf lichen, like a reishi mushroom or something like that. A shelf lichen or mushroom, and it's black, and then it has a border that is orange and then goes into red. What is the significance of that? It's like another medicinal thing that they're going to be working with. So, maybe somebody out there who's Capricorn, Sun, Moon, or Rising. I feel like it might be a Capricorn Rising even. That's not necessarily, it could be Sun, Moon, or Rising. Is there anything else that I need to tell Capricorn, Sun, Moon, or Rising for this week? I think that's it for now. Hello, Aquarius. Hello, 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 hello. Thank you for joining me. So, as far as the ephemera is concerned, there are no major placements for the sign of Aquarius for the week of October 7th through October 14th. However, there are some things to note. Sun is in Libra, and we do have a Mercury retrograde coming up, which will begin on Tuesday the 13th, but actually the shadow period or storm for this Mercury retrograde is going to start on Wednesday the 7th, so the week before. So that's important to note, regardless of your sun, moon, or rising sign being in Aquarius. And that Mercury retrograde is going to be in the sign of Scorpio, so your fellow fixed sign. And this is my Hematoid quartz. It is a fire quartz. It's also called fire quartz. And it's got very Mars-like energy because it is not just a fire quartz, but with the hematite energy, which is iron-based. Alright, and then as my scrying oil this week, I am using dragon's blood. And just need a little bit of that. Not very much. Alright, Aquarius. Sun, moon, and rising. What do I need to tell Aquarius for the week of October 7th through October 14th? He's a great guy, but you'll never get a diamond ring out of him. But I didn't hear diamond ring specifically. I heard he's a great guy, but you'll never get more than 40 hours a week out of him. Or he's a great guy, but you'll never get X out of him. Is that talking about you, or is that talking about someone else? I feel like a lot of you, Aquarius, Sun, Moon, and Rising, somebody is feeling this way about you. Which is not a bad place to be, right? Because it means that you are sticking to your principles, you know. Not every relationship needs to be taken to the point of marriage. And not every, in fact, I would say most jobs don't actually need 40 hours worth of work in a week if they're done properly. So that just says to me that you've got your priorities in line, whatever you're prioritizing. What else do I need to tell? Is this prioritizing that is keeping you afloat right now? Keeping you buoyant, not just afloat, because afloat implies like that you're in danger of sinking. This isn't like that. Aquarius, Sun, Moon, and Rising. You are buoyant. it's this ability to compartmentalize and prioritize that is keeping you buoyant during this time, and people see that about you and they respect that. So they might say things behind your back like, well, he's a great guy, but blah blah blah. But I think deep down, it's almost a sign of respect that people are saying these things about you. And I wouldn't give it too much extra thought, but I'm sure you're not. But also understanding that not everybody has the capacity that you do to undermine the thoughts of others. It's a funny way of putting it, sorry. Not everybody has the capacity that you do to create images in the eye of the beholder. I think what's happening is that you are calling forth people's insecurities. And so they're falling victim to their own suffering. But it's not to do with you, it's just that because you are on this certain path that doesn't apply to everyone. That some people who don't have their priorities in check are falling by the wayside and falling victim to their own insecurities. And you see them there, trapped in their own prison, and you would like very much to help them, but it doesn't quite work like that. It's the kind of thing that has to be maintained and controlled. You can't wait until the flood is upon you to run for your canoe. If you are on the lake and the dam fails, if the darn fails, and you're already in a boat, are your odds of survival that much better than somebody who is caught in the path of the flood? Depends on your boat. And I think your boat is just fine. And it's very difficult, though, if you're already in a boat, to help people who are not in a boat that you're trying to save from a flood. This doesn't have anything to do with them. It really doesn't, I promise. You are looking for the side effects and ignoring the cure. Because there are people out there who have boots like you do. And those are the people you're going to be surrounding yourself with. Not even by choice, but by well, a bit by preference. Alright, so there could be some preference involved. But not just by preference, but de facto. Those are going to be the people who are left that you're surrounded by when the chips fall. And you are seeing more and more of them around you. And fewer and fewer of the people who just don't have it together like you do. And before you know it, you're going to be, you're all going to be on this level together. And doing business with each other, and doing projects with each other, and being successful at it. And there's nothing wrong with that, but there is an emotional letting go of the people who are not on that similar vibration, and that part is tough because you're not always ready to let go of people, even if that's what is going to end up happening. It's not about, you can still be friends with whoever you want, but I feel like there are things about the situation where people are going to fall away from each other. It's like that Devo song, Be Stiff. What else do I need to tell Aquarius, Sun, Moon, and Rising about Thursday, October 5th? No, today's the 5th. Thursday is the 8th. But next Thursday is the 15th. Okay, so what is it? Is it Thursday the 5th or is it Thursday the 15th? The 15th. What's going on Thursday the 15th? Is it going to be a riot? Some of you Aquarius, maybe on Thursday, October 15th, there could be political turbulence that you are involved in. What are we talking about? A riot? How is this different from any of the other political turmoil that's been going on all summer? There's something directly related to the election that's going to be happening. What is that? Is it riots at polling places? Is it maybe cops are showing up in riot gear at polling places? And that's going to be a big problem. Well, why that? Why not anything else? This is going to be kind of where it comes to a head. Huh. Okay. Well, maybe. We'll see. Yeah, I don't know. That could be the case for some places. that on Thursday, October 15th, if there are polling places, that cops show up in riot gear. Now, they're just gonna stand outside. Just standing outside. Giving people a hard time. They gonna throw any punches? Nobody's gonna throw any punches. And it's gonna be a big deal that they were there. So that's possible. That's something that could happen. I don't think that's totally, I wouldn't be totally shocked if that happened, but I also wouldn't be like, see, I told you. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see on that one. We'll see. Is there anything else I need to tell Aquarius? Sun, moon, and rising. Should eat more peanut butter and marshmallow sandwiches because life is too short. Is there anything else? I think that's it. Hello, Pisces, Sun, Moon, and Rising. Let's look at your ephemera for the week of Wednesday, October 7th until the Wednesday, October 14th. So on the 7th, we're going to have a square between the moon in Gemini and Neptune in Pisces. And that is going to be at 10:51 a.m. on the west coast and 1:51 p.m. on the east coast. Neptune in Pisces is a very nebulous energy. Neptune is native to Pisces, of course. And Pisces being all about endings, all about death, all about new beginnings, kind of, but not as much as Aries, obviously. Very watery energy, mutable energy. And this moon in Gemini is about emotional communication. So you can see that if you have a square, which is kind of a difficult energy, between Neptune and the moon, in this particular case, it could make communication unclear. Let's see. But, so, in a similar but completely different scenario, we have the moon in Cancer, which is going to be trine Neptune in Pisces, and that is going to be on Friday the 9th at 8:44 p.m. Pacific, 11:44 Eastern. And so the moon in Cancer is a very homebody, emotionally warm and fuzzy kind of an energy. Moon is native to Cancer, and Neptune is native to Pisces. And so for those two to be trine, it's a good night to be at home watching Netflix. So that's Friday to Saturday night. You know, considering everything that's going on, I'm going to leave that up to you, obviously. On Sunday the 11th, you have Sun in Libra, quincunx Neptune in Pisces, and that's occurring at 8:30 in the morning on the west coast and 11:30 on the east coast. Sun in Libra is about justice. It's about partnerships and marriages. Basically, it's anything reaching equal footing, equalization. And so Neptune in Pisces, sometimes in order to equalize things, they have to be unclear for a little bit or uncertain for a little bit. So the quincunx being kind of quick like quincunx energy is going to be good for that. Alright, so the next day, on Monday the 12th, we have at just after midnight on the west coast, and then just after 3 a.m. on the east coast, a sextile between Jupiter in Capricorn and Neptune in Pisces. That's a very interesting energy because Jupiter in Capricorn is all about expansion of wealth related to career. And Neptune in Pisces then being this mutable water energy, could be an ending to something. And a sextile being a very favorable angle to have there. Now, right after that, the moon in Leo is going to quincunx Neptune in Pisces. So that's going to be around 2:45 in the morning Pacific, 5:45 Eastern. And so then the moon in Leo energy, what that's bringing to the table is moon being emotional energy, but it could also be creative, like music, art, and can also be about things being unclear. So then Leo is creative energy, passionate energy, romantic energy, can also have to do with children. So if it's 2:45 and you don't know where your kid is, they might come walking in the door any minute. And, you know, with that quincunx to Neptune in Pisces, that has a lot to do with possibilities being open. And then on Wednesday the 14th, there's an opposition between the moon in Virgo and Neptune in Pisces, and that's going to occur around 4:45 in the morning Pacific time, 7:45 Eastern. Now, the moon in Virgo brings to the table is Virgo is about your the moon in Virgo has to do with the compartmentalization of your emotional states. Could be your day-to-day romantic gestures. Could be your day-to-day musical or art practice, that kind of stuff. So to have it in opposition to Neptune in Pisces, there might be a lack of focus there at that particular time. But fortunately, that occurs really early in the morning, and I don't know any artists who get up that early voluntarily, so I wouldn't worry too much about that. And if you're still up at that hour, maybe it's time to go to bed. Let's look into this beautiful hematoid fire quartz. All of the red parts are hematite. And I have my dragon's blood oil, which I will be using for scrying. Just get a little bit of it, just enough to get under my fingernails. And Pisces, sun, moon, and rising. What do I need to tell Pisces for the week of October 7th through the 14th? Don't forget about the Mercury retrograde. It's The storm is going to start on October 7th, but then Mercury goes retrograde in your fellow water sign of Scorpio on Tuesday, the 13th. So, the Mercury retrograde is not a great time to start new things, but a lot of the placements that will be occurring during this period can be good for carrying through with projects that are already underway. So keep that in mind. You've got a cold case. I don't know if this is like to a Pisces in law enforcement or if this just applies in general. There's a cold case. For a lot of you, this could be a situation where if it's not a cold case file, it could be like a client that you haven't heard from in a long time and you're going to be hearing from them again. Old job calls you up. I think that's going to be, oh, okay. So that's what's going to happen for some of you this Mercury retrograde, is you're going to get hit up out of the blue about a client that you haven't heard from in a long time, or an old job, or if you are an investigator on a cold case, you could be cracking that thing wide open this Mercury retrograde. What else do we have going on here? It's a perfect match. There's no question about it. This guy's DNA is locked up tight. And it's going to be because of the new technology that's available. Where you can use family DNA to track a match through the lineage and through like ancestry.com and stuff, how they've been using that as a database too. And you're gonna find the guy. He's not dead yet, but he hasn't been out committing crimes. It's been laying low. You know, that actually happened to a neighbor of my parents, and it wasn't necessarily scary because, I mean, the guy was upsetting to be around enough that it wasn't quite like that. But I think it was like a cold case for 20 years. And they finally, it wasn't murder, it was like sexual assault and battery, I think. Something like that. I don't want to say too many details because it was, you know, it was a real thing that happened. But he was living across the street from my parents, and he would always leave his garage door open exactly 6 inches. And I would ask them, I was like, how does this guy always consistently, he would leave his garage door open 6 inches? And anytime he would have crews over there doing work on the yard, he was always like standing like right over them, like watching what they were doing. And then when they were gone, he would go out there and rip everything up. So I guess what I'm saying to you is, these people who commit these crimes, they don't just drop off the face of the planet. They're usually not subtle. And I mean, there were definitely times where I stayed at my parents' house when they weren't there. And And he always knew exactly where I was, for sure. But I don't think I'm his type, if you know what I mean. I don't know. I don't know what that means, but it was just the feeling that I got. That he was not interested in what I had going on as far as that was concerned. He was interested in what I had going on because it was occurring across the street from his house and it was drawing attention to him. Somehow. That's how people think. They get so self-involved. That guy was afraid to drop a dime on the sidewalk. But I'm not trying to gossip to you about what happened in my parents' neighborhood. I'm just reinforcing to you that this person is not subtle. And I do feel like somebody out there who is a Pisces, sun, moon, or rising is really close to cracking this case open, and it's going to be the DNA evidence that does it. Or it could be that if you are Pisces, sun, moon, and rising, and you have a loved one or somebody that you knew and cared about who passed away in an unsolved crime, or was affected by an unsolved crime, that you could be getting resolution for that as well. What else do I need to tell Pisces, sun, moon, and rising about this week, October 7th through October 14th? The layoffs will continue until morale improves. So I think there are going to be some workplaces laying people off. You might or may not be affected by that. Some of you Pisces will probably be affected by that. But I think there's still... Is that going to be something that happens to Pisces, sun, moon, and rising this week, October 7th through the 14th? It's not going to be the financial burden that you think it will. Because actually, then you're going to file for unemployment and you're going to be better off because it frees you up to do other things. And now I haven't been following this too closely because obviously it either happens or it doesn't. If you are a Pisces, sun, moon, and rising, sun, moon, or rising, and you are concerned about money because of a layoff, I think when you need it, there might be another stimulus package, but I haven't really gotten that in reference to any other signs or situations. I'm only getting that in this particular case. So I don't know if that's a stimulus package that's like I cashed out my 401k from my last job. I still have other investments, but that's not important. I'm just saying that could be like you cash out your 401k from your job, and there's plenty of money there for you to live on until something else comes along. Excuse me. Sorry. I smell like it's either like peanut butter cookies or snickerdoodles maybe? No, snickerdoodles are much sweeter. This has like an undertone of peanut. It's pretty sweet, but not overwhelmingly sweet. Could be a peanut butter pie also. Yeah, it's got like, it's It's really rich and savory, but also sweet, and kind of like sticks to the inside of your mouth a little bit, but not obnoxiously. Somebody could be practicing for like Thanksgiving, Pisces, sun, moon, or risings, trying out recipes to bring to Thanksgiving this year, because there's going to be like, you know, not a lot of people, but it might be that you're just getting together with your parents even, and they're like, well, we'll do something, but only if you bring dessert, or, you know, I don't feel like making this dessert, or, you know, not like we don't want to have you over for Thanksgiving, but I don't want to put all of this work into like a huge meal, because we're not going to have a huge Thanksgiving. It's just going to be a few of us. So like, and then you're like, well, what if I bring a dessert? That would be fun, you know? So I'm not like, it's not like a hardship. I didn't mean it like that. I didn't mean it to come across like, I don't want to do Thanksgiving this year. Because I don't think that's it. I think it's like your nuclear family unit. And it might be, I feel like somebody's an only child, possibly too. Or that the other sibling can't come, or something like that. And so it's just you and your parents who are going to be doing Thanksgiving this year, and you are baking this pie, and it's like a peanut butter pie. It's really good. I wish I was coming to your Thanksgiving. Sorry. Yeah, you could put a marshmallow glaze on top if you wanted. Just like get the baby marshmallows and like spread them out on top, and then when they bake in the oven, they kind of like crackle and get a little bit caramelized. And they make like these little pits where they sit too. But that's up to you. Is there anything else that I need to talk to Pisces, sun, moon, and rising about regarding this week? You're getting a very lucky break at some point over the winter. And it's going to be like I'm hearing something about seasonal depression, and so in order to get around this seasonal depression, you're going off and doing something that's because you got this lucky break. It could be travel, it could be like, you know, if you're a musician going on tour, if you are hired by contract, you could get a contract to go to like a really nice beach that's warm all year round, or something like that. What else do I need to tell Pisces, sun, moon, and rising about this week? Is that it? Yeah, that's pretty much it. Thank you for joining me for this crystal scrying for the week of October 7th through the 14th. If you enjoyed the messages that you heard, please let me know down in the comments. Don't forget to like, share, subscribe, tell your friends if you think they would get something out of it. And most importantly, don't forget to watch not only your sun sign, but your moon and your rising sign. And you can find lots of websites where you can calculate your natal chart absolutely free, as long as you have all of your birth information. So that you enjoyed this reading. I hope you got something out of it. And I also hope to see you again very, very soon.